That was a bit fast. Simon sec. Oh, come on in. I hope you're good. Why so early? Why so early? That's the question. Like, why so early? I appreciate it though. But yeah, cat, hi, oh, come on in. Today you have had less spam than usual. You still have had spam, but less spam than usual. I apologize. I had stuff to do, and as the title of the stream implies, I reverted the stuff I did. Basically, everything I've done since Tuesday has been reversed. And yeah, that's sad. It is sad. When you say switch from work, do you mean like get out of work, or do you mean switch work as in changing company? I mean, both are good. No question there. Just, you know, different goals, different things. Aha! This thing is so broken. So broken. Again, icons, really simple. But, I mean, I get it. I get it. Nothing's working. Today, nothing's working. It's really bad. I'm really sad. It's raining. I have planned for tomorrow, and therefore I can't do much. You know, it's that type of situation when you need to basically define what you want to do, and the brain doesn't really allow you to do anything else. So you need to focus on the thing. So yeah, that happens. That happens. Ah. TBD, hi. Welcome in. How's the day going? Oh. So I'm looking at cursor giving me shit and probably not working for the 16th time today. Still. Still. It's annoying. It's annoying when I'm getting things that are like, we get something that is working, and then I try to compile, and the compiler is giving me like errors. The thing that is annoying is that it gives me 4 errors, compiling errors, and I'm almost certain that if I try to launch the app from the preview, it's gonna give me 50 different compiling error. And so now the overall fix that it's trying to apply are going to potentially fix it, probably not. And yeah. You have therapy at 7. 7 is late. 7 is late. That's the wrong key. Cool, we're on the right playlist. We're good with that. So this has been today. Today I've been cross keys. Hi, look on it. It's not fun. It's working half of the time, which is okay, but you know, Like right now, 26 out of 24, out of 44, it means that it's hanging on something, and uh, yeah, and now this is like too complex for what we're trying to achieve, and therefore, yeah, yeah. I I I know why it's happening to me now, to be honest. Um, the complexity of the app has grown so much that now all of the things that are supposed to be integrated into each other are way too complex for the systems, but also me to really grasp. So it's annoying. Stony, hi, I'll call it. How's the day going? I would love to be able to hire someone, yes, 100%. I would love to not have to do this. Um, I would love to just be able to say this is good and it works and it generated enough money for me to hire someone. However, that is not the case. That's the thing. Like it is also the reason why um, I posted on Reddit earlier this week, last week, I forgot, wherever, sometimes. Yeah, no, even hire someone uh, for like a week or something would be good. But it hasn't generated enough money uh, to do anything. Like to be honest, it has generated enough money to be at zero. Like basically the amount of like the amount you need to, oh, not zero. I'm still in negative, but I covered the cost of some things. So the cost of the Apple Play App Store things and Play Store ish have been covered. The price of the subscription for the AI cursor models thing that I'm using, not covered. So I'm still under $500 of revenue, and I've been unemployed for 2 years. So my bank account is trying to keep me eating, and this project is trying to make me be able to buy new underwears. That's the situation. So right now, uh, not great. Not great. I do need new underwears though. That's not true. I don't. But yeah, right now the thing that I'm trying to build is the analytics sections. So we do have like a bit of data regarding progress and whatever we've done inside of the apps. That's the current thing with different values for different topics. So that's pretty good. But I'm also trying to enable a better space repetition system because it has been pointed out in some of the replies on Reddit that, yeah, there are some things that are not necessarily good. So, I'm just taking that into consideration, potentially implementing some things. There are some things that have been asked that have been implemented like almost instantly because that was pretty simple. But right now, getting some sort of a better space repetition system is a bit more complex, and I need to get this thing running. And right now, it's compiling, but I don't know what it does. So yeah, I did also like today, and also I have reverted, but basically I had done I would say 10, 8 to 10 commits. Um, from the past 2 days of incremental things to kind of, well, incremental. And then I fully reverted like 12 commits down because it wasn't working. It was breaking more than anything, and the initial point that I had was not yet like I thought it was working, but it wasn't. And fixing it 12 step later basically implied that the 12 step that I just did were almost invalidated. So it was easier to just fully revert and then try to build on top. But right now, I'm fully reverted-ish, and I'm building on top. But the thing is, I have more knowledge than I had 3 days ago, and that more knowledge is uh, contradicting the thing that I want to build because of what I achieved in the past 2 days, specifically until like midday today, was pretty good. But then it broke, and it broke because 12 steps before. I want to introduce something that is the same that I build, but without the issue, and then it's not working. So, yes. And also to bounce on that comment, yeah, it hasn't really improved. And Cursor has made an update today. They have released 1.0. They were in beta until today, basically. And now it has added something that is breaking off my cycles in any models. What's basically happening, I don't know if we have one in this one. I don't think so, not yet. But when we have a chat that starts to be kind of complex and hard to grasp, Cursor itself will say, well, this is too big of a context window to keep in memory, so I'm going to condense and create a recap of what happens. But the recaps themselves are usually one message too slow. So it's as if it makes a recap, but it doesn't take into consideration the last message, which is usually the thing that you're trying to fix. So it ends up being like a bit of a bitch. So I'm just reverting up and giving more context, or it's a mess. It's a mess. It's bad. And cat, which, I mean, I know which one you have broken, and it's kind of sad. I don't know how you can fix that though. The smell specifically. I don't know if you can fix that. It's gonna be the thing. I don't think you can. Yeah, if it's wood that you have, and I think it is, um, kind of big. I think. uh, what do you mean? I have no activities on my own. Am I not logged in? That's the reason. That's the reason. Asa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bitch, get out. It's alright. What's the what? What's the world pass? No, what's the pass? uh, is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Oh, I forgot one. It is this one. What do you mean I have no activities? That makes no sense. Code base is, I think it's this one. No, that's not the one. This one is the Kotlin one. My bad. I don't even know if you can see code base sizes on this because, you know, I have no idea how Git works. Yeah, no. I wish there was a way. There probably is a way. It's just I don't know. The only thing that I can give you is this. All of these files are components or views or things, and there is a ton of folders that are closed. That's all I know. Other than that, I don't know. And today I basically took this file right here from a 4,000 line to, well, 400 by splitting it into multiple teeny tiny files. I mean, teeny tiny. Some of them are still 800 lines, but yeah, more manageable blocks. It's pretty tiny. The whole concept of the app is really simple. You have JSON files for content locally host or locally held in the app binary, and then you just have a system that look at them and present them in a way that makes sense. Like this one is not a JSON file, but it still is the same thing. These ones specifically are JSON files because N5 is 100 entries, N4 is 200 entries, N3 is 400 entries, and 2 is 700 entries, and N1 is, I think, 6,000 entries. So there is a tad of, yeah, 7,000 exactly. So these kind of needed like a bit more thinking, but yeah. Sorry.
Tonight, I don't feel like keeping quiet. I want to dance and close my eyes, detach myself from reality. Tonight, I escape from all expectation and cast off formality.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that it's not an option, it's also because it's a thing that I don't know if you know. I'm assuming. But because it is SwiftUI native stuff and also kind of, you know, uh,
Lights, shadows, sweat.
I don't really know. It's not good. Like, there's nothing in there that is, I would say, good practice or hygienic or clean because I don't really check. I'm just like, we need to do that. Like, for example, here we needed to do this, and I know that there is a file that already exists that should have been updated but hasn't been updated, and that's an issue. Like the enhanced space partition system should have been on this one rather than being on a new file, but they decided to just do that on a new file, and that's kind of shit. Like, it shouldn't. It should have happened the same block. But no. So, yeah. I think it was automoted because of the, I would offer to take a look or something. I offer to have a look.
Keep worrying about tomorrow.
But, yeah,
Do you really want to miss this moment?
I don't know. I don't know.
Tonight, I'm selfish.
Have you made progress on the portfolio, Cat, by the way? Oh, we have news, by the way. I mean, not really good news, but these is new. I think I wouldn't mind specifically because this doesn't really have any dependencies. Um, can being as, how can I say that? Um, on device as possible. The only thing that is kind of sensitive data is the link in between the user and CloudKit, but it's not something that is API key related, where if you go into the code base, you have access to things that you shouldn't have access to. Um, so I don't really mind, to be honest. I think there is other project in there that they probably have API keys that are basically in the internet on in the wild for no fucking reason, just because I forgot. But yeah. All right. Well, you tell me. You send me a DM when you have something, because otherwise, you know, I can't. I can't take a look. Also, I'm seeing this. That's crazy. Nothing. Nothing happened. Apparently, the commits don't count for the past 4 days, 5 days. I don't know. It's weird. It is weird. So yeah, it's a bit of a mess, and it starts to be. You probably have seen this before. If we go here, they have a stream file that is not enable. I guess maybe, probably not. This one is massive. You probably have seen this before, where you have the thing of a time, and it's a bit big. Maybe not that big. Right, and you start in something and you are like optimistic, and then you encounter issues, so it starts to be a bit more hard to digest or create, and then it is really hard. And usually most people are like, well, I'm gonna do something different because it makes more sense. Bitch. Oh, I see. Sorry. It needs to be points and not lines? Yes. Do you know what I'm talking about on this one? Like you don't know what you're talking about right about here. So you are confident in your abilities. You reach the top and you're like, yes, that's good. We good. It's gonna work. And then it goes back into, oh, fuck, it's kind of harder, but I'm gonna push through. And then you end up here, where everything fall down. And usually what people do is they give up around here and they go back to something else that gives them the same kind of high in the beginning. And currently I'm roughly here. I'm about to quit. I could, uh, but I know what I could achieve, and therefore I'm probably gonna continue. But yeah, so this whole code base and the whole thing, like I could just go back into the beta migration thing, um, around here and then just push that to anyone that is currently willing to test it out. And then maybe even the split could work. And the analytics is not necessary. So I could create a branch right here and then publish that branch just for the sake of having some updates, because it makes sense. It's a bit easier to grasp and faster to run. But yeah, I would say that's the benefit that I have, is I'm giving up on some stuff to go back on other things in the same project that are easier and that still give me that kind of high confidence. But yeah, it's a bit of a mess. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry. I think this should have been much better, but it's not. That sign is not a sign either. We're not creating a logo, but yeah. It could be stream content like this, you know. Okay, they also saying that 6 hours later. Like, it's not fun, but people have a bit of an understanding roughly of what's happening, right? Like, oh, we are looking at some code, we are looking some preview some things. It could work. It could work. Also, yeah, I don't understand why I don't have commits here. Like, these are supposed to still have things. I've been pushing today a ton. So I don't, that's the wrong key. I don't know. That feels weird. That feels weird. But yeah. Yeah. You could, but also, is it necessary? Not really, right? You can simply, like, just send me the thing on Discord and I take a look at it, like I'm doing with Denny's projects usually. And, you know, it's not fun for everyone, but it's fine. It's fine. At the end of the day, it's a portfolio. So I know you are you are one of the people on the internet that wants to remain as life internet persona separated as possible. But again, a portfolio is a portfolio. It should be known. And discovered. So if we have the ability to share some content, why not? One of the things that I'm seeing also, going back to Reddit, because we are here, I've posted here, I have like 80 upvote and 92% ratio in between the two, and 57 comments in total, which is most of them are me replying to myself, you know, dang. But then I'm looking at the other post in this channel, most of them are getting like 20, 14, one upvote, not much. So I'm guessing that's a positive in a way. And then I'm seeing this one that has been posting, I would say, almost every 2 weeks, a specific post about what they are currently building. And it seems that I kind of need to do the same thing, and I don't want to. Like, I don't know. I also haven't really, deep dived into this thing, but yeah, a lot of people are doing like similar apps and stuff. But if I'm looking at the post of that person specifically, you have Um, one here, then you go up, then you have another one somewhere around here, uh, which I saw earlier, right there. And then you have mine, and then again. So I don't know if this is like a strategy to have, but yeah, cross, yes, but also I don't know. Why would you be fucked though? Like, it's again, I am 100% biased on this, and I don't understand the opposite point of view. But you are a business, whatever business you are, and you have someone talking about your business on a platform that has people watching. Why would you not be there? Like, this is the same thing as Nintendo not allowing people to have like talking about the games or playing the games or doing let's plays or whatever, like these things. I don't understand. Like, why don't you want people to basically market for free? You don't have like marketing like budget, and someone else is talking about your business in a potentially positive or critical thinking way, but you're like, no, please get the fuck out. I don't know. Again, not you specifically, not that client specifically, but I'm like, I don't know. And even if it was like, um, the client is looking at it and feels like you are not doing the work, like someone else is doing the work. I mean, I'm not doing the work for you, but like helping you in the work in question. They are still paying you. They're not paying me, and you're getting the help for someone else to potentially have something better in the outcome. And I'm like, you don't want that either? So I don't know. For cats specifically, the split in like in the daily life and job related stuff, I understand. But also, eh, eh, yeah, eh, that's the truth though. Like I'm the most transparent person that I can be, and when I'm with a client in like in meetings when I was in agency and when I was in my previous company, these are things that I've said to client. I was like, well, no, this is kind of shit. This is not a good behavior. This is not something that we want to have. This doesn't work. This will not work. Based on data, this is going to be not working. And then some of them said, well, we kind of want to try it anyways. And then they tried and it was shit. And then they came back and I was like, did I tell you that? Yes, you did. Cool. So I don't know, but I get it. I get it. Trashing a client is never good overall. Uh, Trashing the current state of a client's website, good, good. Uh, this is 30 minutes. This is 30 minutes. If I'm playing this, I'm gonna get content ID on YouTube for like 5 seconds. So no, not happening. But yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't mind you taking a look at the code base, going back to what we said in the beginning. I just think it would be like almost too complex for just taking a look, like having a peek of the code base and then potentially give me some direction or pointers on things. I feel like, from my point of view, again, I don't know, but the complexity of it would be too much for just a quick something, you know? Yeah. I think they are overprotective on some points. But hmm. The thing is, I kind of know where the problems are, and it's not one file. It's 16 files where I have this thing needs to be linked to something, and it needs to be unlinked to something else. And the unlinking is what breaks the rest, because that unlinking was linked to 16 other files, which is the regular thing, right? It's the tree of links. And so I basically know when we have issues, I kind of attempt to get myself like folders or blocks of specific things. Like, for example, everything that is progress manager related is going to be around here. Anything that is CloudKit related is in the CloudKit specific folder, because I was easier. But like, to me, this complexity is already way too complex and shouldn't be the case. Like, we should have, I don't know, half of this, based on, again, how my brain understand and map the problem itself. The syncing in between devices should be device A sends data, device B send data, and device A and B pull data as well. And then they just check the difference in between what they have locally and what they have received. And then, yeah. You know what? Maybe, but I don't know. Probably. The reason why I don't know is because I don't know what it is really, other than the name being unit testing. But I have never done anything specific for the test. I know that the iOS app by default has test and UI test that are pre-built files that are in there, but I have never done anything with them. Like, they are basically empty things, and I have never tried to do anything with them because I don't really understand what we can do and how it could be beneficial at my level, but also now. Like, I feel like it's almost too late for the complexity that I have put in place to then create unit testing or UI testing automation in there. So basically what happens is every time that I have like a new build, I do my regular go through the app, and it takes me like 4 to 15 minutes, and I go through everything. If I have a crash, report the crash, explain the crash, fix the crash, do that again. And yeah, it's a bit of a mess. I agree. I agree. But, you know, But yeah, no real testing integrated, at least. Not that I know of. Most of it is just like, just this. Mm. So if I do like a very, very basic representation of unit testing on this view, for example, the app should load on this view. If it doesn't, then that's a fail. But if it does, then the other thing is if you click on whatever component card, you should open the details. And so that is a unit test type of thing. And then if you click on one that is marked as marker, you have like more data. And so on. I mean, I'm guessing that's the basics, but yeah. The thing that is also limited, and I feel like that might be one of the reasons why I didn't do that in the first place. I can't run the project from cursor. Like there is no way for me and from or for Claude to have access to a build or run or something and check the output. So because of that, because it's Xcode related and I'm kind of forced to every time run through here, checked the error messages on that side panel and the logs right here, I don't think I can run cursor on the unit test thing. Maybe I can, but I don't know how. So, yeah. Uh, Action type, I guess. But yeah, that's also a thing that is kind of annoying. The fact that I'm building native iOS stuff. This one is a bit complicated. If I was doing the Android version, yes. The Kotlin one, I think the Kotlin one has more tests by default. Overall, it is a tad better. And as far as I remember, it also had Gemini Flash pre-introduced in there. So the ability to just run something on the code base directly is an option as well. So that's pretty nice. But you know. Also, these are always I don't understand. When the project is launch compiling, like you launch Android Studio and you just start it and it just run through the analysis of the entire project with Gradle, you end up with almost every file to have squiggly and issues and stuff until it finished the run and then it tells you, oh no, we good. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. But the entire thing was kind of saying or telling me, yeah, that's gonna be bad. But then it's fine. So I really don't get it. Same thing. Kotlin is really complicated for me. It's not as hard as JavaScript for my brain, specifically Jetpack, because it's just easier. But yeah, Chicken, hi, welcome on in. Current song is right there. We don't have that command, which we could now because I'm using Spotify lately. But yeah, welcome on in. Same question. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. That's the song, current song. So yeah, that's the type of thing that I'm like, because Apple annoying, and then because cursor annoying, you know. Um, like right here, hold on, it's doing the fucking summarization thing, and that broke the system, and that's really bad. That is really bad. How are you, Kenna? How's the day going? Oh, oh, I did shoulders this morning, so I'm kind of dead. Oh, oh. Yeah, please send link. Today's a review day. It's Friday, so it's chatting and review. So if you have like something that you want a designer to take a look at, that's what we do. So yeah, send link. Yeah, no spin. No spin. See that? That's so bad. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There are something that are really good. There are something that I don't like at all. Oh, that's nice. That is a nice representation of here's what we currently have, and then you end up here. So going back here, right? This is fine. The background transition, the colors is really nice. I don't like the font. This is a font choice. I would have something in bold, but that's me. So depends on you. The scroll to have the action, I really hate this. That this is what Cross is talking about. But yeah, this is really good. I would say you might benefit from having no arrows and less shadow. Overall, I think it would be better to just, have something. I know that I can click on it. I can't really click on it much, but yeah. If you can't give me more than what the picture is already giving me, I don't know if it's necessary to have the zoom in, to be honest. One thing that is really important, you might not care, and that's fine. But my fans on my computer right now are blowing out. Like blowing out. It is heavy in the graphics, so you might want to limit the complexity of your shader gradient thing, but I mean, it's cool. I get it. But yeah, if there is supposed to be a description in something else, then good. But yeah, this section, like from here to here, is okay. Like that is really cool. It's a good, really cool concept. I would say like more content, more stuff, more whatever. Um, this is neat, right? This is a neat view. You then continue scrolling and then it rotate. I feel like this is a bit useless. This is a lot of things that I probably wouldn't stay on that website for so long. And then you arrive here and you have that core concept of here is what happens when I do a redesign of a website that looks like this. So that's a core concept, but that's about it. It's a core concept. I'm gonna need to close the website soon. And then you have like other things. The reality from a client perspective, from if this is like a website for hiring you as either a freelancer or an employee, here is what happened. It loads. I say, oh, that's cool. When I start scrolling, I see this. I'm kind of disappointed with the font. Then I keep scrolling, and so then something else happened. I click on something. I don't have anything else. So you're saying that there is more coming in, so that's fine. And then I keep scrolling, and nothing really happens. And then I'm arriving on this, and if I don't pay attention, I'm like, well, that's probably the end. And I'm clicking away. So I need to scroll like way more to basically reach that point. And then when I'm reaching this thing that is like sliding in, it's taking me a scroll and a half to reach the rotation, and then a scroll and a half to reach the middle point to see something else, and so on and so on. This one is even like too fast in terms of scroll position transition between your sections. So again, this is a really cool concept. It really works. So I think that might work, but the necessity of some things might be changed based on your goals, your needs, and why the website exists. So I need a bit more context on this to make sure that I can give you the best directions. Yeah, we saw one. Where was this? Where was this? No. Yes. No. Not even. This one? No. Yes. No. Brain is catalogizing. Brain, that is really French. Cataloging, not even. Itemizing, yeah. Checking what we've talked about in the past week. There is one that we've seen. I don't think it's Mercury, but it could have been Mercury as well. They do have some sort of a on-scroll animation, but not really, but kind of. But the thing that you can see here, for example, even though it is still like a very classical website, it is still empty here. But then as soon as I scroll a little bit, like half of a scroll, I'm getting something else underneath that gives me, oh yeah, there is something under. And then I have something under and something under, and I never happen to get an empty screen. So that, to me, something that is pretty good. I guess maybe Amy might have something that is similar. No, not even, not anymore. Not anymore. Also, yes. So the other thing that I was about to mention is that if you go into, I don't even know if template, Framer templates are going to be useful. Um, and let's see if we go into portfolio. Where you at? Right in front of me, I'm sure. Yes. There, there. If we take something that from where we are right now looks potentially similar, like this one looks ish. I'm seeing the images slide down. That's the first thing. And then I have the core background. And then I'm getting your work right away. Like there is no 60,000 page of scroll. No, it's right there. I'm seeing the work that you've done. And then from there, I can go into the case studies, which is basically what you have planned, but right now it's not in place. Um, but again, there is not much more distance in between section and section. So I personally would have here something similar to Untitled UI where you load this as the website. And so your dual scroll thing that you have once I reach there, I would basically load the website like this. So similar to here. And then on scroll, you can have some animations, some transitions, something like the thing that they have here. This is really cool. It's a bit useless, but you know, if you want to be able to click on stuff and then have your transition, why not? But I would load the website here, uh, probably with your logo, with what you do with other thing, maybe probably with the contact us right there, so that you basically load the site and you're like, oh, they do this type of design, and I can send an email or message right now, compared to here. Like I do have your email right there, but I don't know what you do. So I probably will not like contact you from here. And then again, as you said, this is a placeholder. And I have a bit of an overview of what you've done. And it stays for a long time, or longer than expected. You have this, which is a cool transition, but that's about it. And then you have this, which is really cool. Um, really nice concept to showcase like how you can simply transform stuff in a way that makes sense. But yeah, it's simplifying things and ensuring that you have as much of your work as at the top as possible will make things easier. Absolutely biased on this one. It's my website, but who we are, what we do, what we've done. I haven't scrolled as a single pixel. Like who we are, what we do, what we've done. If I'm seeing something without scrolling that seems pretty good, you can chat with me. Like that is all you need. And yes, it is an old type. I mean, this one specifically. Um, and then if you want to scroll, yes, you can go through like all of the other thing. And if you want like more details on some of the work that we've done, you can go into some of the case studies and the preview studies. But yeah, that's it. So I would do that as much as I can to ensure that your client, hiring people, whatever is possible, reach you as fast as they can. So this, for reference, if you, based on the fact that you are using Vercel, I'm thinking you might, I mean, I was about to say, I'm thinking you might be using V0, but that might not be the case, because V0 URL have V0 in them. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Nonetheless, if you are using Next.js from the start and you want that as a reference for how it works and the on-scroll transition thingy, I would do that personally. I would have that on my side. Your logo around here, what you do, your contact, your things. Is that PG? No. Uh, and yeah. After that is just, you want the least amount of space in between your section. Least amount of space. Not that much. These are new. Sorry, I'm still a designer. That doesn't change stuff. These are new. That's cute. The background is also kind of new, like that new hashed background thing since the latest update. That is interesting. For me, this entire thing is way too animated. Like every time I'm throwing on something, there is something that pops in. So, yeah, I don't know. But I do like the concept of the background that change based on where you are in scroll position. That's pretty cool. And I do like the concept of your side-to-side columns. I would change the shadow for sure and probably remove the arrows. I think the potential easiest thing to do for that view specifically would be something similar to how we're going to do that in a way that makes absolutely no sense. Right, that's basically your things. I would do something like this, if you can. So, mhm. Your transition are kind of slow, so I mean, 1200 is really slow, but I'd be with this, and then on hover, basically having the rest fade out so that it can just focus on the one that I'm currently hovering. I feel like that makes sense to me. Let me make that like 420 because 1200 is a bit much. But yeah, I would do something like this with like your logo around here, description, your things, and still having already like as much content as you can to like ensure that the people that are currently watching your website are like, oh yeah, we can work with that person. It's a weird move. But yeah, that if that makes sense. It's just ensuring that the user know what they are trying to look at. The reason why I'm saying this as well, small things. The reason why I'm saying this for the hover and having it being like brighter or more visible than the rest and offsetting the opacity of the rest is because it would make a lot more sense for you to do that once you have removed the arrows. If you remove the arrows from the view, you end up with something when you don't necessarily know or let the user know that they can click on some things. It's probably the reason why you have the arrows in the first place. But then if you have the hover or the shadows or the things or whatever, you end up with an interaction, micro interaction on that website that says, oh, you can click me. It is an option. The cursor will change as well. But, but that whole system would probably work. So I would do something like this. to go through like your product overall, and we know, like, we've seen so many, I guess Marco, which sadly has resigned. um, he's not had for sale anymore. The .os, I think. Yeah, this one is one of these transition-based website navigation thingy, where if I'm scrolling, it just basically gives me something that is, what do you mean try again? Sorry. YouTube chat is telling me things that it's not supposed to tell me. But it is like an on-scroll transition thing, which is basically what you have. And we all hate it. It makes sense. This is what we used to do for storytelling website. And some people are calling this story scrolling, which I hate, but it's the same thing. And we understand, but as you can see on this one specifically, it's a case study, so obviously there is a ton of information. But the very important thing here is the fact that overall, your scroll transition thing at the bottom, which you currently have, is just there to hook the viewer. And then once they're here, the probability of them following through and reading the whole case study is higher than if you was just not that. If it was just a simple thing with the animation, I would probably have scrolled out if it was continuing to be like the same thing. So that's a thing. That is a thing. But again, you don't need the biggest of case studies. Some of them needs to have a bit of consistency, but some of them can just stop around here and be good. These ones are really good because they have like a ton of micro interactions, but also it's because that's Marco and that's, nothing else. But yeah. And it feels like it, yes. It feels like it's a homemade manual thing. Holy shit, already. There was one portfolio that I liked a lot, from someone that is or used to be a Facebook designer, or a designer at Facebook when it was still Facebook, so now a long time ago. And they had one of the most minimal yet understandable website, where basically they had 3 projects, and their overall layout for the page was something like this. You had like a long format like this, and they only had project A, project B, project C, like this, with text on either side of that thing. So it was like here, right there, and then sometimes you had like a secondary text around here, and something around there. Then another one right there, and something else here. It was really interesting because it wasn't as predictable as you wanted it to be. And yeah. Um also, yes, that's a good point. Um that is a very good point for the touchscreen laptops, 100%. 100%. But yeah, that one was really good. I wish I could just find it, but you know, obviously I'm looking for it. I know it was in portfolios, that's the thing. But other than that, I don't know. It's in portfolio, it's been like years now. So probably they have changed it. That's one of the thing. Um, but it's probably like down the line. Titties. Sorry, that force of habit. That happens. That happens. Kira, hi. Welcome in. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I appreciate it. Don't worry about it. I mean, you're talking about stuff that I can't really help with, so I appreciate it. That's the bottom line. If you are on stream, which never happens, so yeah, no, keep your stuff to whatever you want to talk about in the chat. It is Friday as well, so Friday is chatting and interacting with everyone and all of that. There is autoflow if you have the willpower to buy it. There is someone in the chat that is, I mean, not today, but that is building an autoflow competitor, which might be what you need. This one is kind of similar, but that's not the one I'm looking for. God damn it. It's probably in between one of the pages that I'm clicking on. But yeah, I guess autoflow is going to be pretty good. The thing that I would recommend, though, is go in Figma, create a new draft, whatever you want, create a FigJam file, and define what you want through the AI thing, either here or here, and just say, I need a flowchart. Like I need a mind map, I need something, and you just explain it, right? So you have a flowchart for Duolingo like language learning app, right? That's not enough context for that prompt, you know, whatever. And then you just generate it. And it will, you know, create stuff for you. And then here I can see that some of these are good, but not really in the right place. And I can just move them around to ensure that things are better. And yeah, when I'm good with that AI stuff, you have your flowcharts. So that might be what you need, mainly because, you know, 5 seconds. So that's the thing. However, if you just need this, just take this. I've done that many times. You take this element and you bitch where you ain't there. And that's what you take. I just take the connector from FigJam and then I add it to my flowchart, and now I have linked flowchart inside of Figma directly, which is much better than what we had in the beginning. So, you know, that's the trick, which is basically what we do. What we've been talking about with someone right about you know what? I guess it's one of my replies. It was supposed to be one of my replies. I don't have it now. Is the no, the tweet is there. Yeah, right there. Dang, dang. This is the only use of FigJam for me. Like that's what I do. I create a new FigJam file. I create one of the arrows. I then copy paste it into my Figma file, and basically what happens is from here, right there, I take one, I command X, I go back here in the untitled thingy, and then I go move to trash, goes back to where it's supposed to go, and I just paste it. And then from there, I just define where it's supposed to go and what it's supposed to do. Like, that's the only use case for FigJam. FigJam is just shit overall. So yeah. I don't, I can't.
CHKN Tikka Masala is now following.
Thanks a lot for the follow, appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Sorry. Nah. No. These arrows are automated by FigJam, which is really good, and it's the only good thing. Also, why do we have so much space right here? Like, what happened? What? What is here? Why? Why so much? What? Also, we have the endings. That's the thing that makes no sense. I'm expecting this to absolutely break, but it's not breaking. That's the thing. It was working. Got it. It's another bird, yes. But yeah, if you want to do, if that was your question, Kira, for the links, that's the option. The other options, as I was saying, is getting autoflow, which is yes, which is this plugin right here, and basically what it does is the exact same thing as FigJam, but direct. So yeah, the thing is you have free 50 flows. That's annoying. That is an annoyance. Like I wish they didn't do that. But yeah. Like the thing that pissed me off. I'm gonna rant again because it's Friday. Designers and dev for Figma plugins are usually designers that have a bit of an issue and they need to fix something in their files. So they create a plugin to fix their problem. Good job. And then they released it for free. And the plugins were free. And then as soon as Figma introduced the paid option, every bitch decided to say, oh yeah, well, now that this thing that you had for free for 3 years, it's now paid. Why? I mean, I get it, money, but like you haven't most of them haven't added anything to make it better, to make the paid version worthwhile. And yeah, it's just bad. Just bad. So yeah, so Autoflow will give you the ability to automatically link the elements based on a prototype. So if you have a prototype that is set up inside of your Figma file, it will go through each of the potential links and follow the most logical flow that you have put in place. So that's what Autoflow is doing, which is the plugin that I just shared earlier. Other than that, there is like the other, like I think draw connector is something that is similar, and there is the yeah, I think the give me FigJam connector is something that is basically the same. It gives you exactly FigJam connectors from Figma directly, which is simpler-ish. To answer your other question of how do you achieve the FigJam side panel thing, which is here by default for me, but might not be, it's right there. You have the quick actions, and then you can launch things. I think it's generate. And it's not, well, it's only on start, which is kind of weird. It's not supposed to be just on start. Yeah. Make templates in diagrams. That's the thing. Goddamn. If only they had a name that made sense. Make template in diagrams. And ta-da! Figma implementing things properly. They have a bit of a good stuff, but yeah. You make a good point. It might be, yes. It might be a paid feature, for sure. I know, yeah, no, my bad. That's part of the thing that is kind of the same with Dribble. I've been paying for so long, and I basically am paying since day one, that I don't know what a paid feature or non-paid feature is. So I'm expecting things to be in the paid tier to be also available somewhere else, but they are not. So yeah, that it might be. It might be, you might be right. You might be right. We saw something for a split second, which was pretty impressive. They had the template superposed or overimposed with the background as an image. That's interesting. I expect that to happen, but that happened still. But yeah, if you do want to have access to these things in the AI generate whatever, there is an option, which is basically how I generated these. You go in to your favorite AI model, which is Claude, and you ask it to, ooh, that's cute. You ask it to create a diagram for something. You have a chat, whatever, and then you ask it to create an SVG of the thing that you want to create, like the overall chart, whatever. And from there, it will generate, well, the chart itself, and you can just duplicate it as an SVG to Figma. It is bad. It uses IL font. It uses very bad arrows. But at the end of the day, you end up with something that is similar to this. Like you can see how these ones are kind of shit, like these arrows right there, and these containers right there, kind of shit. So I just go back in and fix stuff to make it much better. But yeah, that's the idea. That is the idea. God, why am I so tired today? That's yeah, that's the reason. That is the reason. Yeah, other than that, I don't think we have other things to automatically do things. I think Atakan in chat sometimes and Kane in chat sometimes both have been creating similar-ish um, plugins to automatically create your flows and your arrows and your things by using Figma arrows. Yes. If you are, I've seen that some time ago. I think Figma has fixed it, which is really sad. But if you're in the free tier, you are limited to 3 pages per file, and you can't really go further than that. But if you look at it and you go in the community right here and you find a file template, something that is interesting to you, like let's say you like this iOS 16, which is kind of old now, Figma file, this thing has a certain amount of pages, which is more than 3, and you can duplicate this to your own drafts. So with that, you basically have all of these pages, and you can clear a page, put some of your content in it, and clear another page and put some of your content in it, and so on. So that's a good thing. As always, that's the wrong button. As always, if you go here and for some reason you say you want to, test a UI kit, like that, it will give you a specific amount of pages that you can then modify and use, and it's not just 3. So that's an option, but yeah, it's limited. Yeah. If you do nested projects and same file for everything, you might end up with a bit of an issue. But yeah, the last thing, I would love for you to try that though. If you have Figma open right now, please do. Look for quick new page. I hope they haven't fixed it though. Quick new page is a very good plugin, or used to be a very good plugin. I just hope it hasn't been fixed. But this thing basically lets you create page quickly, and that's the name, by giving them like commas. So you do workspace, comma, prototype, comma, component, comma, whatever, and it will generate all of the pages that you need. So with that, it used to, I don't know if it's still the case, it used to basically bypass Figma's limitation of 3 pages, because it's not clicking the plus button 3 times, it's clicking the backend and generating pages for the file as if they were here by default. So you could use that for quickly create pages, and it was really good. So maybe use that. That's new. Huh. I haven't tried this one, but it looks pretty cool. I want you to try it out though, because as I said, in the past few weeks, I have seen some of the people that I follow on Xiangshu for the Chinese designers that have been getting their pages deleted out of nowhere because they are on the free tier and they were reverted to 3 pages. So, yeah, I don't know if it still works. I think it does. It does for me, but I'm paying, so I can't really say if that's true or not. But yeah, try it out. Try it out. Make sure it works. This is a potential. This is a potential. Hate a tomato. Just the last one? Fuck. That's sad. That is sad. And you can command Z. You can command Z, but yeah, I feel like they have fixed it, which is kind of. I mean, I get it. Their business model is to make you move from free to non-free, and therefore, right, they had like a bit of a bypass in the past. So, yeah. If that works, you know, that might be pretty good for other things. I don't know if it's gonna create more pages out of nowhere. And I kind of want to check that out. So, let's do. Yeah. All right, so it adds to the rest of the pages, and you get main, prototype, mood board, archive, things in one go. Cool. All right. I mean, if that's something that you need to do often, you can create like an automation for your thing. That's really good. This is something that we've talked about in the past for white labeled project and white label apps, which basically had a design system as the main, but then they had client pages or client project that needs to take from the main design system without really taking from it. So they need to have the same structure because the page's name impact the transition in between style guides shift or merge or swaps. So yeah. It makes all the last ones? It makes all the pages? 1 second, say that again. I don't have the free account anymore. Like I used to have one right here, and I kind of removed it, deleted the thing because it pissed me off. It was logged in on Chrome most of the time, and I ended up doing some changes with no reason or for no reason. Oh, so if you do 18 pages, you do have, or 100 pages, you do have 100 pages, but then you can't do it again. That's the thing. Or if you run it again, you run 1 page by 1 page. That might be good. That might be good. So it's a one-time thing. If that's the case, you know. Also, this happened. I see. Yeah, so you basically need to run it on start and then hope for the best. So, Figma Make. God damn, we complained about it during the config event, and on this Friday, I think it's a good timing to take a bit of a look because it's brand new. So we have the prompt things. I just want to make sure that we have a bit of understanding. The thing that they say is prompt any possibility with Figma Make. Makes no sense. First thing. Second thing, start with a design and prompt your way to functional prototypes to make it real fast. Cool. Get started, back to file. Underneath that, in a tiny, tiny font that you can't read, by continuing, you agree this beta is subject to Figma's beta terms and acceptable publication policies, notwithstanding any other contract you may have with Figma. If you choose to use AI features in Figma or in Figma Make, you also consent to Figma AI sub-processes, which means because Figma's AI subprocesses is Claude and I'm already paying for Claude, I don't really care, but it also means that anything that is in the initial contract that you have signed with Figma for the Pro account and paying, it's not the same contract. This is a very acceptable publication policy and the better terms that is different and gives you different access and different rights and different other things. So, yes. Started implementing some of the suggestions you made to Folio. Last week started with the wallpaper. Cool. I would take a look at the before and after. Yes, 100%. So this is cute. That's cute. What can we see? What's the UI? Obviously, I am zoomed in, so there are something that will be offsetted compared to what you will see. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the same. So you have the title in the same place, AI in beta, whatever. I'm guessing this is a refresh or rerun for the page. Open the console if you have console. Preview code, which they could have named dev mode. Dev mode would have been amazing right there. Myself, prototype or run. The make settings, publish and share. Interesting. The Figma make icon, some of the potentials, pre-made things. And then you have paste a Figma frame right here and some options so you can link a Figma frame, link an image, point and edit when you have something. It's using Claude Sonnet 4, which is what we want, which I'm guessing is going to be somewhere around here. But that's probably for the output, like analytic IDs. That's crazy. Custom domains, whatever. So it's basically going to create a Figma site plus AI on top. I guess that's what it is. This is cool. It's using global CSS, which looks really Tailwind-like to me. And it's using component for UI, which looks like a very Radix component to me, which is good. React and, bitch. React and overall Tailwind component is pretty nice. So I think they absolutely want me to build something or display something in here, and I don't want to do that just because I want to do the exact same thing as usual. We want to do the exact same prompt for all of our AI stuff to make sure that they understand. I don't know if we need to have a Figma file as a base. If that's not the case, I'm going to try with just a prompt, which is the exact same thing, which is the the homepage of a streaming platform with, can I type? With a purple, I can't type today, purple accent color. Cool. That's all we take, as always. I know this is a very, very minimal and not good prompt, but we have been using the exact same 3 words of prompts for all of our AI testing, and therefore we need to check and ensure that some of them are better than others with the same prompts, and not like one of them have like a very extended prompt. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So let's see if just the prompt works. It seems to work. Cool. So it's thinking. The thing here is pretty clean. Claude Sonnet 4 is going to be pretty good. Overall, it is so much slower than Cursor in terms of the chat right here. Also, it seems to be rewriting the styles that we have in styles global styles, so that's useless to do that twice, but why not? Why not? We have a header.typescript. All right. A hero section with some unsplash images. Good. A content card. Just what? I was about to say, I wish we could go in preview and see how it's building, but we can't. Yeah, this is pretty bad. There's something that's not gonna work, but we'll see. We'll see. So it's generating, and it's probably gonna end soon. I'm hoping, because it's starting to be a bit long. We might do that. Yes. So they say they have a latest version. They then send me back directly to the preview, and that preview is gonna give me all the things. So make made. English is not their first language. They are American. I don't blame them, but make made makes no sense. Now try it out, then hop back into the chat with new IDs and changes to make. To make or to make. Makes no sense. You can select things which we've seen, so that's pretty useful if you want to change very specific elements inside of the preview. You can do that by clicking here, and then you have, again, that's this thing that I hate, but it's fine. I can share stuff in full screen, I can publish it, and then here I can use my design system, which is interesting. So again, I am zoomed in like crazy, so I'm gonna zoom out so that the header doesn't break. Okay. So this is the preview. We have the hover effect, we have the play button, we can click on things, but obviously it can't open anything right now because it doesn't have anything. We have horizontal scrolls, some of our sections, and we only have 3 sections in total. They all work as expected. The buttons don't do anything because it's Figma based, and the play button don't do anything. It's still called Streamflix, which is their name from the beginning. You have home, movie, TV shows, my list, things, a search bar, and a profile that is absolutely not in the right spot. But I'm just going to refresh to see if it's the case. No, this has a max width of 1200, so that's really bad. Let me zoom back in a tad. Yeah, there is a bit of an issue right there. So if I click and go around here, what can we do? We do have some spacing, but it's not the thing we want. That div, do we have this? No, we don't. This is what I'm wanting at this instant. I want to switch the UI into not a chat, but what Figma is, or Figma site is, to then be able to edit stuff from here. Like the console makes sense, right? You can have access to your console and then change some things, but overall, make more sense to not do that. Would make more sense to give you like a Figma site interface from here so that you can just navigate it and change your layers, change your things, because at the end of the day, it's supposed to be the same stuff. The play button is going to just load the thing in full screen, and that's crazy, but yeah. Huh. I'm really not liking this, not because of the design itself, but really because of how it is not practical at all. Again, it is Figma Make beta from yesterday, today, not so long ago, so I understand. But still, this whole thing right now is the most impractical thing that we have. And as I've been saying since Figma has announced FigJam, they should have everything in one single type of file. So I would love to have in my file here the ability to say, I'm currently in research. That's my research page. This needs to be a FigJam page. And therefore, on research, I have a FigJam environment right there. And then on planning, it's still a FigJam page. However, on layout, I'm using Figma as the design tool. So I'm on Figma design on this one. And then I can just navigate and populate my design and do things like the designer way. Then I move on to something else and so on and so on. And then I need like a website. So I'm creating a new page called Figma site. And I'm having the site with, the creation of my site and so on. From here, maybe I need to transform that into something that is working, and therefore I'm creating a new page that would be a Figma Make directly inside of the same file, because they are all linked to the same component base. They are all linked to the same color, styles, variables, things, and having all of that in one single file would make way more sense, because on top of that, if I'm currently in this view with Figma design thing and I need to go into Figma Draw, it can change my interface. So giving me the ability to change my interface from Figma Draw to Figma Design to Figma Make based on this selection would make a lot of sense. It is the exact same thing when we are in Figma Slide, where we can expand and see both our slide one by one to, have some experiments, like right here. So right now I am in the most exploded view possible. I can select one of my specific section. I can expand it. I can see some of the layers, the things, whatever. I can move into design mode and have access to my layers right there. And same thing if I'm on design mode, but inside of the all elements visible, I have my layers at the bottom. So it's not exactly the same, but I'm still having the exact same tools to modify and edit and change my content how much as I want. Whereas here in our new Figma Make, I am now stuck with something that I cannot change. And I kind of understand, like, their willingness or unwillingness to do anything. And, you know, like if I just want to change this text, I don't want to change this text visually. I want to change this text content because that's what makes sense. But right now, in order to change this text content, I would need to go into my code editor, find the one that is related to the home thingy, and then use that text or change that text from here, and then regenerate inside of my preview. If I wanted to have, I don't know, maybe a bit more padding on the side, right, on that div, for example, maybe like it should be there, right? Like right now I'm selecting the div, but I apparently need to select that div here rather. But if I'm doing this, it doesn't do anything. And then if I'm Command Zing, it doesn't do anything either. So again, I'm really liking this. I like how shitty this is. Ah, goddamn. You need to press enter to validate your entries. I get it. Like for example here, in order to get my div that contains everything to potentially give me like a bit more padding or margin um on the side, it's a bit of a non-good thing. So it's okay, it's not great, it doesn't give you a lot of the thing that Figma is good at, which is really sad. I wish they had something to transfer your Figma site made by Make and convert that into a Figma file made by Make so that you could edit it visually. But I do also understand the fact that they have the thing to go through or from their initial, here is our Figma Make things based on the Figma file design that you have created. And therefore it will be kind of close to it. Not necessarily absolutely exactly the same, but a bit better. So yeah, as always, it's in beta. It's going to be really bad for a long time until they figure out how to make it work better. And we'll see how it evolves. So yeah, as always, if you enjoyed the video, press the follow button, subscribe to the channel and all that thing, you know the drill. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Cool. Good. I have that in the recording and now I can drop that tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I doubt it. So yeah, that thing is really bad. I was expecting it to be bad, but not that bad. Like nothing makes sense here. I kind of want this thing to be working, and I want this to be like a full width element. So I need to change this to 100%, and I can't. I cannot. I cannot. So it, yeah. It also created like my header that currently has streamflex, whatever, blah 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 blah. The whole thing is supposed to be flex, but it has not a lot of things. Also, I want bitch ass sidebar to get away. Got the fuck away. Same thing here. I want this to go out. I don't need it. Yeah, I mean that's how Figma does thing. We've talked about it before when we are in the not here, when we are in the Figma generated websites that we have made, their overall output is the most cascading styles with no understanding. Like look at all of that. The amount of divs for that single container at the top. Like this is the grid, the flex grid. But then you have this thing that contains, all of your elements right there. And from there you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 div down to reach the flex box that is necessary to organize that whole thing. Then from there you go into each of them. That's fine. That's the behavior. But this is the one that we need around here. And I don't understand why there is like so many. I don't know. I do not know. And same thing, like all of these things are div, class, no fucking name that makes sense. And then once you are in there, and we have disclosed that before, and you have a line of text, they kind of fixed it, but some of the elements that they had before was spanning the last character of a text line. Like, I think this one or this one was the case. Yeah, you have an after now. I think they kind of fixed it, which is good. I mean, good, which is okay. But that's weird as well. Like, that's something that I don't really know because I haven't republished the website. And it seems that they have fixed-ish some, if not most, of the issues that we've been complaining about with Kevin Powell, for example. But yeah, most of these things makes absolutely no sense. Like, look at that. Aren't they the exact same thing? Like DPVUZ8 for 4 of them with the exact same thing in the center. And then this one is different, but this one isn't. Like, yeah, that makes no sense. A coping mechanism, you mean? It's really weird. It's pretty weird. But yeah, Figma site is really, really bad overall. Like we've done a bit of a half review last time when they announced it, and it's just shit. It shouldn't exist. I'm sorry, Figma. I love you. I mean, I loved you. I don't love you anymore. And it's you. It's not me. But everything you've published for the past 3 years is kind of shit. On launch, it's good later on, but it's shit the day that the launch happened. I've wind up with things that are not supposed to happen. Where Oh yeah, no, it's because I'm not used to that view. No, where's Figma? Where? Oh, right there. Sorry, I couldn't see that. Yeah, but they are the same containers. That's the thing I don't understand. Um, mm, at the end of the day, I don't really know. It's fine though. So Figma make shit good. We were expecting that. As always, this is the worst it's going to be, so it's going to get better for sure. But Figma site, shit, as expected. I don't think it's going to be better. Figma slide, debatable. I think it's better than when they launched, but it's still not useful. And then the last one that we haven't tried is Figma Buzz, which I don't know if I like this, but I'm gonna pee and then we're gonna go through that. All right. Am I recording a video for this one as well? Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I don't have any use case for Figma Buzz, so it makes no sense for me to give any feedback on this. I have so many things to say already, and it's bad that it's already the case. But same thing as usual. Meet Figma Buzz, asset production made easy, create and publish on-brand assets to keep your teams work on brand, which I guess if I can create and publish on-brand assets, it's to keep my teams on brand. Yes, but you know, again, American, I don't trust them with English. And then this bit is free early access feature. By continuing, you agree to that it's subject to the Figma bit terms, which is the same thing, and it's notwithstanding the same contract as the one that I currently have with Figma. Cool. I'm gonna complain right off the bat. Right. So you end up with this thing, which is giving you the overall assets for specific things for social medias and other ads, brands, whatever you need. So if I needed something for Instagram, I would have something for Instagram. If I needed like some templates that already exist, they would be here. That is really useful for a community manager, for a marketing person. For me, right now, not really. But at the end of the day, I will need to do some ads at some point for Can. Right there. So, use that. It's good. So let's say I'm doing like a fucking Facebook ads things, which I doubt. I'm getting a lot of things that I don't like from this view already, okay? The interface of Figma is once again different. So I'm currently in the not design mode, which has my move tool, my hand tool, and my command tool. This is a limitation of the tools in order to ensure that someone that doesn't know how Figma works isn't lost. I understand. It's shit. I understand. Once you have something that is selected-ish, you get this bar at the top. That's kind of new. I wish this was something in Figma design, but that's not the case. On the side, you have the same thing as Figma slide, which is like whichever assets you have is going to have like one slide, I'm guessing. The thing that pisses me off, that they have introduced this thing on the far left of the screen. That thing that you can see right there is what we used to have at the bottom of the screen combined with the inspector, and they put it at the opposite of where we are all used to see the thing. So our text, our images, our shapes, our inserting for other things is around here, and our change from the view of vertical thing or from the grid, which is basically what Figma Slide is doing, is once again in a new spot. So you don't know where things are, what we can do, and how you can navigate from here. So, that's a bit of an annoyance. Other than that, you have the template, which is a useful thing that I think should be enabled on other things. But behaviors of templates and what they are supposed to be is assets. So when you have something like here and you are going into your assets and you see your assets, these are basically your templates. And I don't understand why it couldn't be the exact same thing here. You want your vertical thing with your layers right there, or you want your assets, and you just, you access your assets. That makes a lot of sense, but apparently it doesn't make a lot of sense to them. Anyways, you have text, and text is text blocks. I was expecting it to be text as the text tool, but that's not the case. Fine. Under that, you have images. You can generate an image or you can upload an image. Fine. Shapes are pre-made shapes. God damn it. I thought Figma was a design tool, but that's not the case. And then you have insert, when you can insert some things from the libraries with textures and arrows and things that are coming from the community. I don't know how good that is. I don't know how good that is for the person that has created the assets themselves, but why not? You can edit the content right here. That's good. That's good. I can complain all the time, but also when I see something that is good, that's there, I can mention it. So this is the CMS things to ensure that everything goes through. This is their author, caption, profile picture, and content images. If I'm changing these two, they're going to change around here, and that's really good. If I go into my bulk create, I can upload a CSV that contains all the things that we need. Cool. I'm guessing that from here, if I'm creating like a new entry with more content, let's not do that, based on the template, I'm probably going to get the exact same assets and things next to it. Maybe? I'm not. So, to make sure that I understand, I'm going to go into the design mode because I think this is what will give me access to the properties. Yes, headline, text. So that text thing is supposed to be linked to that, right? Body text, I think. I don't know. That feels kind of weird. I feel like this should be linked to the current design library thing directly, and I can know what it is. Because if I'm editing this here, I'm changing the O around here. I'm seeing heat like change on the preview. So it does have an impact, but it also doesn't really have an impact. Something is weird. Again, this is not for designers. I am using Figma all the time. So my use case is Figma, and my home is Figma design interface. So when I'm here, I am not at home. And again, I don't understand why I'm not at home. Why they couldn't have made it easy, for designers to just be like, oh yeah, 100%. Like, you see, the whole thing, like, let's say I want to select my fucking image in the background right here. How do I do that? Because it's locked. And now I can't go in. I can't see my layers. Oh, they are here. And now I can touch the background from there. God damn, what a pain in the ass. Oh. So unless you have something that is selected, you don't see the layers. Makes no sense. I hate it. I hate it. That is why I don't record video about Figma stuff, because everything that they are building is really shit for designers. It might be great for the marketing team, but goddamn, is it annoying. The thing that I know though, which is pretty useful, is we should have the ability to create or have an array of options based on the preview we've had. There were a way for us to just, create new versions of things and say, oh, this is going to be that element, maybe not this one. And then you need something like, you need all the Facebook related input. Like, let's say that's the thing. So I'm looking for Facebook. Right, so all of my Facebook related things are going to be here. Maybe I need one of these, maybe I need one of these, maybe I need another of these, which is really similar, right, to these ones. So I get it. The thing that I don't understand is, how do I link things together? Like, maybe this text and this text and this text needs to be the exact same thing. So if I press enter and then I type hello, I'm gonna be good with 2 L's, bitch. I'm gonna be good to rename everything. But that's it. And then if I click outside or I go back into the 1x1 view, I'm kind of stuck with that content being set to something that is headline, but it's not all of the headlines across all of the design that I have are the same. There's something that is a bit annoying here. But yeah, no, it might be good. The CMS thing that they have hinted at when we saw the preview was pretty good. What? Other than that, I don't know. I feel like I should be able to select everything and then edit the content based on the content, but not the bulk create. So yeah, I don't know. going back to what I said when they announced FigJam in the first place, because that's really encapsulated what I think Figma did. They dumbed the interface down in order to make sure that people that are not designers can understand and can navigate. So if I'm getting a FigJam interface right here, first of all, it's a whiteboard, so it's white and not a dark mode like the rest of us. But you have the things that are related or similar to whiteboards interfaces. You have pen tools, sticky notes, shapes, text, whatever, all the things. And it's a very minimal interface so that someone that doesn't know how Figma works is not really overwhelmed. I understand that. That makes sense. Yes. But then if that's your main point, why do you give me the same minimal interface with like tools and things, but you still give me the whole complexity, even more complex things in Figma Draw? I don't understand that. And there is no coherence in between all of them. Figma Design and Figma Draw are basically the same interface, but that's good. Dev mode is a minimal interface of Figma Design for devs. That's the same, relatively same interface. Then you go in FigJam, which is their first additional project or product that they have created. It's way different. Then you go to Figma Slide, which is their second different thing, gives you a bit of a slide interface. It's way too minimal, or way more minimal than what they have in FigJam and in Figma Design. But you still have access to the design mode inside of Figma Slide. On top of that, you now have the ability to create Figma Buzz, which is the thing that we are looking at, which is a different way of navigating on the left side, still floating element at the bottom, which makes no sense, and still the ability to move in between design and non-design mode. But when you are in design mode, you can't really access the layers by default unless you select something and then have access to said layer list name thingy. So it's a bit complicated. On top of that, they have created Figma Site that we have talked about last month, which gives you the ability to create websites that end up being shitty because their code is bad, their SEO is bad, their analytics is non-existent, and their accessibility is, well, therefore non-existent either. So really bad. The interface is really similar to Figma Design, which seems familiar enough, in which case I'm okay-ish with it. But they also have added like a sidebar right here, which we can't see right now because it's darkened. But it still feels familiar. And now they have added Figma Make, which we just tested, and it is shit. And the interface feels similar, but isn't at all. And so the analogy that I have is Adobe. Adobe used to give us Photoshop, Illustrator, Dreamweaver, InDesign, and so on. And all of these tools, when you look at them together, they're like the same. Even when they created Adobe XD, which was their competition or competitor to Figma, it was still an Adobe product. It has something that would more Figma-like, but it was still like an Adobe product. And when you go from one Adobe product to the other, you can still feel at home and it still feels natural when they are in the same realm. So anything that is video editing related, have a similar interface. Anything that is image or illustration related, so Photoshop, Illustrator, have something that is similar in terms of the layouts and where the tools are, where the navigation or how it behave, how the layers and adjustment layers and all the things work together. And I think Figma would benefit from that. Being, I'm sad that I'm about to say that, but like Figma being more like Adobe would be much better in terms of UI and UI consistency. Because again, if I'm here, I have my layer list, my file name, anything is in very square boxes. Cool. If I go in Figma slide, second thing, I have my slide right here and my inspector. And then if I move into the design mode, I have the same thing, but I do have the layer list right there. And I can switch in between slide mode and view everything mode, which the view everything mode is the retracted mode of Figma regular, but Figma regular in retracted mode doesn't give me the floating layers on the bottom, whereas slide retracted mode give me the layers on the bottom. Nothing makes sense. And then they give you FigJam, which is absolutely different. They give you Figma Site, which is the same thing as a mix of Figma design and Figma slides, but you end up with this sidebar on top for like the access to other things, the CMS and all that. But you don't have the ability to move from here to dev mode, which would be the most useful thing. If you had dev mode into Figma Site, it would make so much more sense because the devs things are related to the site and therefore it makes sense. That's not the case. And the UI is similar. Again, similar to here, right? The navigation between these two, if I'm sliding from selection 1, selection 2, most of the content stays in the same spots. The sidebars are the same size. This one isn't because I resized it. I mean, this one isn't because it has this on top, but you know, same thing. But I end up here, which is absolutely not the same. And it feels wrong all the time. So, yeah, I really don't know. I mean, FigJam is the one that is the most out there right now, mainly because it's white, but that's, yeah. It's just weird. It's just weird. I don't know. Kenna, did the thing drop? I don't think you dropped. I think it died again. As one does. You might be able to drop again. I don't know why it does. It dies every time. So yeah, that was my rant about Figma not being consistent. I like everything that I just showed you, right, is invalidated by the config opening keynote. That's cute. Config 2025 opening keynote thing, right? This thing. In the exact beginning, like right about, I think the beginning here, Dylan said something right about there. And I don't have the sound now, but he basically said something like, we care about the details and consistency. And every one of their product is inconsistent and they have details issues and they don't work when they launch. And it's useful after a year and a half of revision, which means that they don't care about the details at all. At all. And the other thing that makes me laugh every time is the fact that UI 3, I think that's how they call it, is right. This thing UI3 is very a very interesting file because it's their overall design system slash UI library thing that they do have and use internally. And when I personally look at it, I see so many inconsistency. I see so many icons that shouldn't be the same or should be the same. And it's just a mess. Like the way that they have their icons set up, for example, is impractical at best. These should be combined into variant groups. And the dot small is just a property of the component. And if they had like another style or another shape or another thing or whatever, it would make a lot of sense for them to use that into variant groups for specific things to go faster in how they are creating things. Like, I don't know, this one, for example, that basically does not use a variant group as far as I remember. It does singular things, but all of these should just be like a variant group. You define which one it is and which one you're going to use. And it makes a lot of sense. But, you know, it's just, I mean, you don't know, but like this one is a variant group for no reason. It's the only one. Some of them have groups, some of them don't have groups, and it's inconsistent. The details in there non-existent. The cursor preview is pretty good. That's fine. That's useful for me as a designer creating like thumbnails for YouTube video, creating thumbnails for TikTok or something. But most of these things are just non-detailed, really bad, and inefficient. Like, to me, again, if I have these in a not Vine group, because they are basically the same, that's a font that is using large, like body large strong. This is body large strong, and this is body large not strong. If for some reason you had decided that this would be body large strong instead, sorry, this one, it wouldn't bother me in the slightest. And if you had said that this thing was floating in the center, which is the case, and then you had a property that stated, well, if I'm here, I can then go from, you know, a radius of something to, I don't know, a radius of, this is 32, so let's say a radius of 32. Guess what? I'm getting the exact same thing. And then with my radius of 32, and this thing being 24, maybe I can just, you know what, resize it to reach 24. And weirdly enough, instead of having 3 components, I can have one with variant properties and variant modes and be done with it. Like it's one text style and one radius value and then one overall value for the size of the element. Like that's 3 values. And that would reduce this whole thing by 3. Because once you have created one version, you create a secondary version that would be with the profile picture and a third version with an icon. So you have icon, letter, profile picture, all. pictures, and you're done. So, Loki, hi, Wakoni. I hope you're good. I should I should bring you some flashing lights then. But yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. The whole system, the whole thing, again, that they say they care about the fucking details. I'm missing one though. I'm missing this one, which is like a tad smaller, and this is like a font change, but it's still viable. Radius of 5, radius of 5, radius of 2, radius of 99, 99, 99. That's the same thing because they are dumbasses. Yeah, or open the this one. Ah, they kicked me out. God damn it. Good thing I took a video of that. You know, that thing. Very basic shaders. I thought about it for the background of this stream overlay, and it didn't work because it's green on green, and I tried to make it like a different color and be like cool and all, but it didn't go through. Also, it's dark mode compared to my background that is now very light, very much bright. So yeah, it's anyways. Figma caring about details. I'm laughing. It's just everything is just so bad. They also have like announced, implemented, deployed, and pushed features that they themselves don't use. So in the variables, right here, you have light mode, dark mode, FigJam, and all of the modes that they have for all of their type of site, which I don't have access to because I'm not paying enough to get like the 40 modes that they currently have. And they have all of these things that are set up and that kind of works, but like the way that they have implemented them inside of the file isn't necessarily the way that you're expecting it to work. So for example, if I'm here and I'm changing the color from light to dark, everything has changed, but not in a good way. Like if I'm going back here, something is not working. Like these specifics, like that whole thing should be the dark mode, and therefore these containers right there should have like a dark mode tag on the side, but that's not the case. This should have a tag color light like that because that's what it is, and then this one should have a tag color dark because that's the dark mode. But no, they don't use the same background. They don't use where the thing is supposed to be used. Like, default background is this. But it doesn't have light mode and dark mode switch. Nothing makes sense. It is. It is a scan. It just makes no sense. It makes no sense. Nonetheless, all of these things to say, the new features, the new thing they are announcing are all really trash. And it's really sad because it could be amazing. And could is not good enough. Like, I'm not buying a software for what it could be. I'm buying a software for what it is today. And if what it is today is really not good and you bump the price because now I have access to it, it makes no sense. So, yeah. I'm sad about it. That's all. Yeah, that makes no sense. No sense. I see someone has duplicated everything. I think we might do some of these again based on Figma Draw changes. Which I don't know if I like the concept of doing that. It will make things easier for sure. So things like I guess we have them in the warm-ups, no? We don't. Do we not have that? I should search. I should search. This is kind of the same thing. The effect that I had to build here for that shadow to be blurred but not blurred but blurred, you know, with that rectangle that basically does the gradient blur here. Now that we know how to do it, this thing should have a layer blur, yes, but it should be a progressive layer blur that goes from here to here, and it's not at 2, it's probably going to be at like 6 or something, and therefore you end up with the top being kind of sharp and the bottom being really, really wide. And so same thing here, this one should have like a bit more of a layer blur as well, and being kind of progressive with 6 or 8 inch. But you get something like that is more natural somewhere. Yeah, right. Hi. Welcome on in. How is you? So yeah, that name is better. What? God damn. It will probably also not work in terms of rendering and animation-based stuff. So I'm not expecting. But you know what? It kind of worked for a second, but then it needs to merge back to the initial. So I'm getting it. But yeah, I know why. How are you? How's everything? Have you started? No, you haven't started. Have you started? No. Next week. Next week? In 2 weeks. Brain. No, in 2 months. The new job. Yeah, August. Not 2 weeks, 2 months. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's what it is. Same thing. Same thing. August, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. So this one, for example, would be beneficial to have, specifically this. The that shadow, instead of making it how I did it, which is good, but it's not great. And it also creates like some sort of a bending effect compared to what we have here, which is a bit smoother. That would potentially benefit from having this shape as a mask and shadow as a shape. So if we did that, for example, let me duplicate it, keep that here, let's make a frame out of this, make this one a mask so it doesn't really have feel of any kind, I would say. Pure red is going to be pretty good, but you don't see it. And then on top of that, a rectangle, and that rectangle is just getting here with, I'm guessing, I don't know if I want to make it like rotate, to be honest, but rotating kind of works. On here, it's gonna be fine. This is gonna take this color, and then we're gonna make sure that it has the layer blur, and that layer blur is gonna be progressive from here to here. And that gives you a way more natural transition in between the two. And as soon as you get this thing with the right transition and things, I don't think it was your intent, but it looks really nicely different. Yes, it is the texture. We have the basically noise textures on top because it is noisy, but we can't really make it like paper textures, and so with that noise textures on top, it looks a bit better. So yes, it was on purpose. On purpose. Most of them are kind of similar, to be honest. I mean, we add the paper texture noise on top of all of the creations, just as a creating grain, creating more more natural transitions here and there. Some of them are easier. Like for example, here, these ones, because of how we needed to get the like the blur. Right now, what I would say is that this thing is not necessary, and the shapes that we have, like this one, for example, would highly benefit from getting a layer blur, which is progressive, that is from here to there, and then there is a lot. And that would create the thing that we need for the focus range of a camera in a way that just works. And that is much better than what we had earlier. And so if I can do the exact same thing on this and that, so let's do these, and then that, taking the same thing, and that, taking the same thing, and we get a more natural transition into the void. You know, details. stuff. But yeah, still had to get like inner blurs and things to make more sense. So yeah. Functional design can work. It's not the best. I'm obviously biased on this front because, you know, I am a designer and I would rather have something that looks nice and is functional. But some of the things that I've been saying for years now, make it works first, like make it exist, working, and then make it beautiful later. Like it doesn't really matter. Um, Myself as a designer, I don't really care as long as they have like a proof of concept that is functional, working, and that proves that the thing that I had in my head is usable and feasible. I can then just polish the things and make sure that everything works. Like the thing that I'm currently working on in the profile page of my app is really bad. Like this view right here is using the basics elements. The layout is really bad. The content is absolutely unreadable. I'm using like an emoji for the character that is floating instead of a kanji character. And then the page itself is just bad. Like it's okay, but it's not good at all. Like these things take way too much space. It should be contracted and so on. But I have something, and now that I have something, and that these things can be polished and reframed, and you know, all of that comes later, and I'm fine with it. Like for example, I'm thinking about it inside of the current, goddamn, inside of the like that I just saw that uh, these things, these blocks makes no sense. But yeah, um, I think developing or creating the font is pretty nice, but it's useless. Like it used to be something that we liked to implement inside of software. We used to have many companies that were saying, we need our font, our own font for the branding. Nowadays, it doesn't make any sense. Unless you are with a friend that is someone makes typography and you just want to give them some money. If that's the case, then go for it. But yeah. Like the regular thing for me is I that's free. That's free. That's good. There's a ton there that are really nice you can use. And you're looking for something that is business related, and you know, whichever works. Right now, if you're front end dev, it's gonna be Inter. Like it's built in Tailwind, it's built in ShadCN, it's built in Radix. It's good. If you go with Vercel, you're gonna end up with Geist, which is Inter, but with a different name. I said that before. Like, yes, they are different. You can see that. Can you? I don't know. Like, the N is the exact same thing, the T is the exact same thing, the curve are the same. The only main difference in terms of physical difference is this one has a slanted cut and this one has a mostly flat cut. It's still slanted, but yeah. So if you go with like black and black, which is my usuals, oh, you have seen the HBO logo thingy. You know, that's the thing. Let me help with that question, that specific question. Shit, I can't type. You probably have seen this thing for a long time. And let me see if I have these could kind of help you understand. The baseline or the X line of your font, X height right here, is the distance in between your regular font's element. However, some of your elements, like the feet or the stem of your A, is going to be on X height. Your belly, how it's called most of the time, is going to be going further down, the O's as well, and so on. This is what we call an overshoot. This is made for visual, like, I guess not really visual alignment, but like visual weight of the font. This is something that we have shown before on here with this, where you basically get that, and that's kind of bad. Let's do this instead. If I'm getting a character like this and a character like this, you probably have seen this exact representation. They are currently, all of them, exactly touching top and bottom, as far as I kind of, no, not this one is bigger, shit. Oh, it's half pixel. Let me outline it and make it better. So they are, all of them 49 by 49, which is the dumbest move that I could take. It's fine. They are visually the same, or they are mathematically the same, but when you look at them from this point of view, the circle is a tad smaller and the triangle is a tad taller, but not really. As we just saw, in reality, they are not the same. If you want to visually align things, you might need to diminish your triangle to be a tad lower than something and bump your circles to be a tad more, not that, a tad bigger to take the same visual weight. So this element is 49 by 49, this one is 53 by 53, and this one is 47 by 56 because, you know, it's wider. But that's the reason. So your font here has what we call overshoot or undershoot. Overshoot on the top, undershoot at the bottom, that basically are there to ensure that the eye trauma kinda realize that these things are aligned together and align them in a way that makes sense. But yeah, Yeah, I think the amount of work that needs to go into creating a font is nowadays non-existent. Like you can create things really quickly. But yeah, can we load this? Yes. So this whole thing is gonna give you the names of the elements specifically. And I still call that a belly because, you know, French. But yeah, you have like your hex height or X line is what you need to take into consideration. And then your undershoot, overshoot, counter, and all of these things are helping to visually align the letters in a way that your eyes adjust, like visual weight adjust. So, like your M's um, are gonna be above by like a pixel, but that's what makes it look like it was a line. If it's not exactly the same or going over, it just breaks. So yeah, this is Latin script. The thing that I've been thinking about for the past few days is someone on my feed has been creating a Japanese learning app as well that is using different fonts, because when we have things that are different, like let's say I'm getting uh, this, no, so I'm getting this, and this is the character that I have. Let's make it 80 points so it's bigger. In guys, it will look like this. In somewhere along the line of I guess I'm gonna take this one. It's gonna look like this. If I'm taking one of the others that we have there, this one is kind of different as well. I know I have one that is more stereotypical, which I hate, but yeah, some of these, for example, would give you outputs that you will have a bit of a harder time to read if the only thing you have practiced with has been these fonts, which is currently what my personal thing is. So I feel like this is something that needs to happen at some point for me to prompt the user with different type of fonts for the recognition, because maybe you don't have like good script. So maybe Japanese, and in script you might see things like well, right now we can't see much, but like these things are a bit more complex than these ones. The no here is really not common. We usually have something like this, so already like that's a bit of a shift. The other thing is that's the wrong name, I know, but I don't know the right one. Indie, Indu, sorry, I forgot. But the Indian z, like most of the Indian fonts that we had earlier, by the way, when we looked at business, like some of these, which are not Indian, but some of these, same thing. They have so many variations, so many things that if you learn about it and if you learn how to recognize these fonts by the font itself. If you go into a different way or a different font, you might not recognize the character that you have learned with, just because it looks way different. So, I feel like I need to do that. Like, this is the same font. This and the one that we had a second ago, same. Same font. Different writing system, though. But, hey. Also, to answer your question, from earlier, I have a small amount of likes. Yes, I agree with you. I think it could be bigger. I agree. Organizing it into a database or something to ensure that I have it everywhere. I I would need it. I just don't know exactly where. Pocket has died, and that's really bad. This is DMCA free music by Aim to Head, which is a very good ass related playlist makers. They basically have like a whole system where they have 3 different officials things, and this one is the mix. Mix is the one that promote the artist, and the one that I'm using on Spotify is the official, which is the copyright-free music for myself, for example. So yeah. Yeah, it's a bit annoying that they have ass on everything. Like, some of them are just not necessarily the most, you know, realistic ass. I think this one bounce on beat. So that happens. But yeah, that's the playlist. And the only reason why we have it is because it is copyright free, and therefore I'm not getting any DMCA. I'm getting this mounted stuff on YouTube though, but that's fine. Good. If you want to share a new link, please do so. I would love to see the updates, for sure. For sure. A thing that I've seen though, because we haven't done the review of the Twitter feed as usual. This one is an interesting thing. It's a lenticular lens, but it's also a third lenticular lens, and it's fun. So obviously I like it, but yeah, it's nice. Nice thing. Also, it's Japanese, so I have, you know, biases. Um, if you're on Twitter, if you're on any design or any platform, right? Uh, this is the design that we will see for the next week, I would say, until Monday. And then on Monday, when there is the Apple, I said it in French, Apple announcements about iOS 19 being 26, we see. I don't know. I hope it's 19. And they announce a new version of iOS, and it looks like this. After that, it's just flood for everyone, and I'm hoping that it's not the case. I am hoping deep that Apple is not gonna release this, because yeah, I want to avoid that, but we'll see. I saved this. I think the next one is kind of the same, but I saved this because this is a bit of a pattern. It comes back. We've talked about it before. This is a bit of a pattern of bottom navigation extension, I guess, where your main navigation is at the bottom of the screen and your content is, again, a container that reacts to the size of the things. So the container itself is flexible, the navigation itself is flexible as well, and the navigation adapt to the needs of what is in the current view. I think this is a really good UX pattern in terms of accessibility for the user. This is at thumb reach, but it's also extending based on the needs and not distracting or disrupting the flow of what they want to achieve. So I think this is a pattern to keep an eye on. This is one of them. We have another one a bit higher, glass again. And I forgot where it is, but it's above that.
M0K3I is now following.
You might have a hint. This is very yellow, but you might have a hint why that happens. Thank you for the follow. Okay, appreciate it. This one, if you haven't seen as well, I'm gonna go through. This is not boring, new onboarding for their new camera thing, and they do what I've been talking about for, I think, 10, I mean, technically now 13 years. I was talking about this in school. So they have implemented it in a way that makes sense, and it's really good. We have a bit more videos above in the feed, which will be good. That was just fun. I let you read. It's French. So, you know, obviously. I think this is fake, but if it's not, it's really nice. Where is it? This one was really cute as well. In terms of transition between the two, you had something that was like before still. Pretty useful, pretty usable, pretty clean. And there is something that I'm unsure. This is the before, so obviously it has changed since. But you have your balance, you can add fund, two places, cool. You can withdraw your funds, pay someone, make a deposit, which is basically add funds, and you can have more options, cool, when you have something that needs attention. It's an interesting card, but it's not really good. And then they changed it to this, which has your balance with your add, which I'm guessing it's add funds, withdraw, pay, and deposit, which is kind of same, and then action that are requiring your attention, a bit more interesting. The thing that I don't understand is now it emphasized the more option compared to before. Like the thing that I saw second, like I saw this first because it's black. That's racist. Because it's big. Big and black and in your face. All the racism things in one sentence. Cool. But then the second thing that I saw was basically this design thing, because they created that really interesting pattern, floral pattern thing, and it attracted my eyes more than the one that they had made here. So I don't know how I feel about it. I do like the design, but I don't know. It's just details. Same thing here. So this is like a different person with a purposeful, when needed, change for the bottom navigation. Again, this is the second one in this feed for today. This is something that I saw today. So I've seen more in the past. I have built my own. So it's probably a pattern. Keep your eyes on these. They might become more popular. Third one, which is the same, but like refined. And this is what I was talking about. So this is the not boring camera thing, which react to light, not necessarily with realistic reaction to light, but gyroscope reaction to light. So basically what they say is most likely, and that was what I've been saying for 12 years now. If I'm here, I'm gonna go there. If I'm here and I have my phone and I'm holding my phone, the most likely position that the sun is above 90 degrees down on my phone. So the light and the shadows are going to be aiming down properly. If I rotate based on, gyroscope, the sun is going from the top still. So the shadow are going to be cast from top to bottom. That makes sense. And so what they have is the exact same system where they assume that the light bulb is around here at the top of your phone, and wherever you tilt, well, it reacts to this position in space. That's the thing that I've been talking about for decades. I think I have. I may have some mock-ups and things in some of my sketchbooks from 2012 about it. So yeah, and they have like a ton of things in there that are really cool. So we kept that right there. So it looks like this. That's their whole thing. I don't like it. I don't hate it. I think it's interesting. I also think it's less practical than some of the existing elements, existing cameras and stuff. But it's really minimalistic, bitch. And it helps to give you like a bit more, like, not natural, but natural elements. I don't know how the haptics work. I'm expecting them to be really good because not boring is really good overall. But yeah, I'm expecting all of the wheels to be clicky, all of the button to be clicky, all of the switch and toggles to be clicky as well. Like, all that. But yeah, that's how they look so far, so that's pretty interesting. We'll see if it becomes better. But yeah. These are cute. Pastel. It's been 4 weeks, that's a month. It's been a month plus that I've been talking about pastels. So they are coming back. This is more candy pastel. So good to know. Still a smidge of a pattern. Lucia has been implementing the HDR adapter that I've talked about 2 months ago into the amazing light receptive button thingy, which I absolutely need to put in place somewhere. They have decided to, I think, open this. I think it's on their Git. I'm not sure. I'm gonna send them a text to check. But yeah, this is one of the person that it is really cool. It's also, I haven't really talked about it today. If you look at it, and I pose on a frame that is good right there. The screen is currently at max brightness. The screen is at max brightness. You see the difference of white between this and this? How crazy that is? This is the HDR override script. So you basically take the capabilities of HDR and add it to a very specific element. So you can have an LED, a button, a thing in your overall UI that stands out in any case, because this specific masked element is in HDR. The rest isn't. But if you are using your phone in a dark room, that button will shine brighter than the rest of the screen because it's in HDR. And so that's basically what they're using right here to ensure that this thing has the HDR brightness plus and all of that on top of the whole system. So that's really, really nice of an override from Apple guidelines, I would say. And then they are saying that they are open to work, as always. They are creating a ton of really cool things, like these icons that I've done these as well. These things, like really, really candy related design. And so this is pretty good. How would that handle on a screen with a strong striking light? Well, HDR will just pump as much nits as possible on the full screen. And so that's why even if your screen is at full brightness, at some point, if you're outside, it just goes into the peak brightness of the pixels. So it uses more battery, it pumps more energy into the pixels, and it shines them brighter, roughly. And it's a bit of a codec that you can use, and then here you are using it as well. So that's the thing, if that's the question that you're asking. Nonetheless, if some of you, for some reason, wants to hire a designer that's not me, fuck you, but also use this one. She good. This is another pattern. Pattern-ish. Less now. I haven't seen this design type in a good 3 months. So, pattern-ish. This is sandblasted matte black design. And it has made a bit of a comeback because of these dotted pattern things for the effect, but also because of how some of the newer designers are discovering the thing that we've been doing in 2010. And therefore they're like, oh God, how do we do that thing with a divider like this? I don't know. But so yeah, I like this. It's kind of fun. It's not necessarily the most practical thing to do or to put in place. And it is, however, since iOS 18, one of the easiest thing to do. Like, I don't even know if I can do that. Ah, shit. Yeah, well, I forgot that. Yeah, no, I can't do that. I cannot do that from here. I would need like a bit more structure. But basically nowadays we have the, let me find a fucking rectangle. There. If I had like a button here or like a primary color right there, for example, and I said background, and then I'm getting color dot red, and then I'm getting dot gradient, that by default is going to generate these types of gradients that are slightly darker and slightly lighter to end up roughly, not exactly, but roughly with these transitions. So that is slightly darker than what we have here. It's a very smooth gradient on the entire thing that create that stone finish effect. And that's basically how you do. So with iOS and SwiftUI right now, dot gradient basically generated with every colors, and that's a good thing potentially. But yeah, bringing back stuff nonetheless. Nonetheless, pastels with a bit saturation, and then we've had this onboarding thing with a bit more details of everything that happens, how it has been defined, and so on. So that's, you know, details and stuff. And then this is one that I kind of wanted to dunk on again, like I did last Wednesday. Right, bad versus good typography. And what they are saying here is that they have a headline at 26, a sub-headline at 11, text, body text at 12, and a button text at 18. Here, the only thing that is bad is the sub-headline. A sub-headline should be like not half of the headline. It is still necessary to be visible and be important, so this should be somewhere along the line of 16 to 18 based on a headline at 26. But most importantly, your headline should be bolder than your text. Right now, everything seems to use regular fonts. So if they just changed this in regular from regular to like medium, semi-bold type of thing, and your subheadline to 16 or 18, then you're kind of good. If this card is supposed to be on mobile, you're kind of good. The thing that I don't like here is because they are diminishing the 20, like the headline to 24 instead of 26. 26 was absolutely fine. The subheadline at 16 is fine. The text at 14, the text is medium, and they should be using regular here. And the button text is at 16, which is fine, but if you want your button to be readable, a button at 18 makes more sense. So there is no hierarchy at all. There is no balance in the thing, and it's more like they centered the font rather than putting it at the bottom. So I don't like that. And most importantly, what I don't like about this is this. Which is one of the reasons why I've been saying, and I've been forcing myself to not post that on Twitter most of the time. It's trash. I love it. Because that is job security for me. My skills, when you have been taught this, I will teach you better in 15 seconds. So for me, I love it. This is amazing content, and please learn everything so that afterward you need a teacher. You need someone to help you with your design. But overall, from all of these people that are saying that it's great, it's shit. Like, it's just shit. Anyways, moving on. Luke has been creating a lot of good things again, and because we know Luke is basically like me, French. Sadly for me, for him it's fine. And love glass and holographic things. This is what I would call refined glass, and they have like a lot more textures and a lot more small details, small things that most people would never think about in terms of ensuring that your output makes a lot of sense. If I zoom in, let me zoom in even more on these, you can see that the voice memo, the bottom of the wave sound has light because they are indented and engraved inside of this glass element. The top is darker because, right, all that. All of these have really, really small, same thing here, highlight shadows like this glowy element right there. Such a small detail that just it fades above and outside of said button. It creates this glowy element that looks more natural because it glows. And that is the type of details that I would love to see more often. Yeah. It does. It does. But is it necessary? No. I don't think this being less contrasty or more contrasty would make any difference. What you need is the main action. The details are cool, but the main action, which is the plus button, is what is most important, I think. So I would rather have a main action that is accessible and usable and easily clickable, rather than something else that is just not that, like, this is a lot of contrast, yes, but I saved this because I basically want to build something similar to this for the DSRS things. That guy, hi, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? Stony, this was for you, mostly. Don't ask. I don't know. So this project here, as they are saying, is storing millions of text chunks. Welcome back. And then they run like a sub-second semantic search on it with, as they say, the whole thing is basically an MP4 with with like a lot of data, but they are parsing the data because it's text, and it's pretty impressive. And so I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's good, but Stony, specifically for you, I think it might be interesting to take a look at it for research purposes and see if it could be useful for some of the things that you are potentially trying to do. Also, I know that you are not probably using Twitter, so here is the repo directly. That might be a bit easier for you. But yeah, I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's good, but potentially just research, experiments, data functions, bitch ass things could be interesting. It could be. And then Finite just created like an amazing Stream Deck without wires. So Finite has created the wireless Stream Deck. A wireless Stream Deck. The Stream Deck is the only thing that has like a wire on my desk, and that is pissing me off. The only thing that have wires are phones that are charging and all that. But Finite has created the Stream Deck without wires, and that is because nowadays, if you haven't followed through the updates of what has been released, we now have in the packs, I'm guessing not in France, sadly, but in the Europe-ish things, I'm guessing the Stream Deck, we do have the here. Sorry, I forgot. We now have Stream Deck modules, which are basically Stream Decks without the case. And so basically what he needs to do is plug like a battery and probably like a receiver in the back. And yeah. That could be really good. That could be really good. But yes, 100%, it needs to be charged. However, if you think about, do I have it? I don't. Shit. I do? I don't. God, I do. Fuck. This. This is the same thing. This is a keyboard, right? And this is the Apple keyboard, as obvious as it can be. This bitch has, I would say, 3 months of battery, if not more, without really requiring you to plug it in. If you have software that is as efficient as this, and you still take into consideration the fact that the Stream Deck has screens that, you know, eat a lot more batteries, you still have something with a pretty good battery that would probably last you a month-ish, with still the ability to plug it in when necessary to charge and still work wirelessly whilst plugged in. So, you know, I don't think it needs to be all the times. The thing that I'm thinking about, obviously, is the same buttons and e-ink. Yes, exactly. If you make these keys e-ink displays, yes, you don't really have backlit or backlight for the keys themselves, and so in the dark it might be a bit more annoying to see, but that's pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. So, take a look at the video as well. It's pretty nice. And it's finite, so we support finite all the time. All the time. I don't I don't have plugs, bones. I had to get myself a dock, like I guess this is not gonna be like one of these bitches to be able to plug what I need for the stream. Right? I currently have my mic plugged in, my Stream Deck plug-in, my camera, and power. And my Mac has 3 USB key, not 4. So I had to get a bit of a dock to plug the fourth one. And since I plugged the fourth one, I now have other things that are plugged in, like my phone charger for my secondary screen, which is my Android phone, and other devices like my iPhone and some stuff. But yeah, and when I need to change or plug something else in there, it's just a bit annoying. So yeah, you know, see, we will see. That happened, and that was really cool. To go back to what I said to Denny 2 months ago now, this is what you need to do. If you are here and you know that you want to build something, but you don't know what you want to build, you don't need to build anything. This person right there, they didn't want to open Android Studio every time that they wanted to run the Android emulator, and therefore they built it in order to make it happen. And so now it's just a menu bar icon thingy on their end to run an emulator. So, you know, that's a pretty good thing to build. If you have an ID, build something that is making sense to you first, and then make sure that it's usable by others, but make it work for you first. So yeah. And then this is cute. This is an old design that has been duplicated from someone else, but it's cute. And then this is something else. This I need to give you sound, and you're gonna tell me that it's too loud for sure, because it's gonna be too loud, but you need sound for this.
The road. This okay. Listen to this. Why did the chicken cross the road? This is a bad one, but I'm already bracing myself. To get to the other side. I don't know why that sent me. Like the chicken had no plot, no twist, just raw determination. I was on the floor. This bird woke up and said destiny, and I lost it. Okay.
This was AI generated by 11 Labs, and it's 11 Labs v3, and there is still something about it that is non-human. The cadence is not really perfect, and the laughs are not on timing, like exactly on timing. But that is wild. Knowing how most of you have probably never noticed that. In most of my video that have been edited, not the one shots, the one that have been edited, I have redubbed with my own voices. Like there are parts of my videos that I misspelled something or misspoke on a word or something, because Descript has an AI dubbing option. I can take 2 or 3 words and make it flow through, and you don't really notice it. I'm doing that for single words, 2 words here and there. I usually don't do that for like 4 sentences. I have one that has like a 4 sentence and I hate it, and I can hear it every time, but you know, that's me because I know where it is. But this being that precise and that good, you know, could be interesting. So, to be checked, to be keeping an eye on it. And then we reached kind of the top of the page. We have this thing, which I kept mainly because of the gradient in the background, not the animation. The animation is fine, but like the gradient in the background is pretty cool. And then we have this, which is some new colors, new color types. This greenish, yellowish thing, tennis ball yellow that we have, and these pastels as well are kind of new vibe. Anyway, so these are the overall reviews, which is really cool. And we have another review right there. Um, everyone is bots. Yes. 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 Yeah, I called it cyber green usually, or acid green. It depends. But yes. Yes, yes. That's a no for me, and that's better. So that change in the I mean that's a no because yeah, that's the old one. But that change is really good. I think it might be a tad small, like me, uh, to read. I'm just thinking about it as a screen size thing, so it would be roughly around here, so that would be better. Um, but the project is really cool. The more than just a product is really cool as well. And you have enough contrast with the background, with the white-ish background and the text. The only thing that I would potentially give you as an adjustment would be not straight. Like project is not straight, your arrow is not straight, your text and your titles are fully straight. So just 3 degrees, 2 degrees, minus 4 degrees for some of the blocks, not necessarily all of them, but maybe your title could be slanted a tad, maybe your bottom text could be slanted on the other side, and like that could help to sub-balance. I know it's not straight, but it still looks straight because of the overall shapes in the background. It's not enough, not straight, not gay enough, right? Like it is, but you basically did it like a 1 degree, and it needs at least 3 to make sense. So yeah, I would change that. But yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty good. It kind of works with this as well, right? Yeah, we agree. We all agree. Because you have like this underneath and this above it, right? This one is, I guess, for you, slanted this way. So the next one should be either slanted the same way to not really break the system, and then the next one being on the other side, or then this one should be slanted mostly this way, and then the next one the same. Either you do tag, or, which I don't like, it happens. I think you should stop, Cat. You don't have eyes. I mean, you do have eyes, but you don't have eyes. Also, I didn't ask, did you order a batch? Like, is it in batches? Was it like just 2? And then deal with it. But that's cool. Cross. That's much better. Background is much better, and the texture is good. I think the text could be a bit bigger. And also, yeah, the copy, but that's a different subject. We don't touch about the copy. Don't talk about the copy. I'm guessing. Oh, I was expecting to not be able to click on that link. I see. Yes. Yes. The least amount of shadow and the no arrows is really good. Yes, 100%. 100%. So much better. You know, I know it's a pair, but like, mm, I see. That is faster in the transition, much better. That's still good. Nothing to say there. I still think there is a lot too much, bitch. There is too much on scroll animation. I would rather have something that is a bit more natural, regular scrolling. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's your website. You do whatever the fuck you want. You know. But it's good. It's better. It's better. At least the that section, the text, the font is better. And these stand out more. So, yeah, 100%. Um, Also, yes, good point. Cross keys. Good point. Scroll snapping would be useful because that way you wouldn't, like, basically when you exit, it will naturally scroll you back to the next one, which will naturally scroll you back here. And then same, you know. Like this one could be a full transition rather than waiting me to do anything. But yeah, it's really good. It's much better. The distance in between things is much better, except here. That I still see something, but I would see faster. And then I'm closing the sites because my computer is freaking out again. That is not good. You need to check the performance. I don't know how you can, but I think you need to get not the video, but like the background to be some sort of a light shaders. Maybe I don't know what you're using, but maybe use something like Unicorn Studio to get something a bit lighter than what you currently are using. Um, because you know options. Um, Maybe remove the crypto miners. Yes, that could be a good option. But yeah, no, these are a bit easier-ish overall to get and to not like break my computer. Um, so maybe attempt. I mean, you do again. You do you. I don't really care, but there is like a ton of options, and they are pretty light overall. So still heavy, still GPU heavy. Like that doesn't really change, but yeah, like this is really cute. The other one that we have is uh, like I'm gonna repeat myself. These shaders, these things, right, that are mouse activated, you can see how on hover there is an activation. There is something happening, right? My plan, and we've seen that before, my plan is to potentially, at some point, use something like this on stream. And when someone is doing something hover or hovering the stream, the background would react. And yes, it's feasible. So if we go into Nutty, for example, which I think that sounds kinky, he's live. Overall, you can see that my cursor is now red on top of the stream. If I'm out of the stream, not red. If I'm on the stream, red. A while ago, Nutty had like a cookie clicker thing that was on top of the stream, and if you clicked on it, the number went up. And you can do things on his stream to have interactions with the stream, effect, element, things, whatever. That overall, or that as a concept, is basically the thing that I kind of want to have, and it's a stream socket event. I think that's the one that we are using, or heat. I don't know which one it is. That gives him the ability to know exactly where people are clicking and what is happening on top of his stream. And so if I did that online, would mostly be on desktop and not necessarily working on mobile, but nonetheless, doesn't really matter. If you are watching the stream and you are doing something here, you might see the background kind of flow around. This is something that I've been trying to potentially build for the past, I think, year and a half, and I haven't taken the time to do so. I might not, I don't know. But this is a concept that I kind of want to, yeah. I don't think it will be on click. I think it would be on hover, or maybe it needs to be on click, I don't know. But I think just because it is just the edges, and the only time where you can see the whole background is when we are on these screens, for example, where you would have like a bit more Canva to play with. But like most of the time you just have this and the back, obviously, so you just have this and the edges. I feel like if it has like unpredictable movement, it could be pretty interesting. So yeah, nonetheless, chicken, maybe take a look at the Unicorn Studio because it's pretty good and pretty light. The other thing is going, I mean, to me, is going to be Spline and Hannah from Spline, which we talked about before. Hannah is the basically flat design stuff. So you can create like an element like this, for example. And right now, what I've created is a cursor follower with a bit of damping, and on click, it just focus the ring. And this is something that you can 100% add and import and integrate with your website. This is just for here, but there is other options. You can create shaders, you can add content, you can, do some interactive elements. And these are extremely light when it comes to, how they work. So, might be interesting. Like, this is so easy. Again, this whole system, the whole thing, is so such a simple system. Like if I have this and I just say I need to have on start, it needs to not be a transition like a transition. It needs to be a look at, and whatever, I don't care. And now it's looking at me. Five seconds. So that whole thing, right? Hannah from Spline is pretty good. They currently have a hackathon with a small cash prize if you win, so it's pretty cool. And as always, they have like a ton of things in the community for what people have created, what can be created, and specifically because now they have 3D and 2D, can merge them together and have things that makes more sense. So yeah, it's pretty nice. It is pretty nice. So shit like this, for example, for the stream, amazing. Amazing. You know. I don't know how reactive it is for you on the background side to like get the thing to react properly on scroll and so on.
It's muscle time!
God damn it. I did shoulders as well today. I mean, I did arms and shoulders. Yes, it was supposed to, and it wasn't available. The issue I have is that the bench press is hurting my back because I don't have a good posture yet. And because I did legs on Sunday, it's really not good. Like the leg machine is hurting my back because of me being a dumbass. and chest is yeah, not helping. Not helping, though. In the other news, not that it matters, I'm not really tracking, but today I'm kinda low officially. I forgot to add something, to be honest, but where is it? Where is it? There. Still. I'm officially, based on tracking, officially 1,100 calories down on cut. That's a lot. That is a lot. As always, for those of you who don't know, and who are doing preps or gym, calorie counting, all of that, the goal is the overall across the week, not just one day. So if you are in one day at a minus 1,000 and the next day at a minus 1 in deficit, you basically have 500 500 on both days, and then that goes across the whole week. So yeah, that's the thing. It's pretty simple. I go to the gym almost every 2 days. Some days I go back to back. I don't like to do that though. It's not good for my back. But yeah, I'm doing like 1 day out of 2. Like 1 day yes, 1 day no, 1 day yes, 1 day no. Um, every other day, I think that's the way that you say that in English. The reason why I'm doing this is because if I go 5 days a week, I'm getting my gym membership for $10. So I'm currently going like 3 to 4 days a week, which basically I'm getting my gym membership for $15. But yeah, if I go 20 days per month, I'm getting $20 refunds because they are refunding me €1 every time I go for $30 tax per month, which is really good. So go there, stay 30 minutes, 40 minutes, do my thing. It's a good motivation. It's a plan or subscription model that they have implemented and then removed in 3 months. They put it in place and then they said that's gonna be bad. And it's so bad that I kept my membership when I was living in Japan. So I had my membership in France. I was paying for my membership in France, and I was living in Japan. Economically speaking, that wasn't really good, but yeah. Cats, yes, you do. Also, it's weird to see your emotes with black hair. I'm confused now, but I get it. You have some jokes right there. The thing that I like though about the gym now is that I'm less sore for a long time. Like I'm roughly good. So yeah, every time. I don't know. I mean, you know that I don't know, but yeah, every time. I don't know. I have no clue. That's good. Attachment issues. uh, all day. All day. Why do I have feet on the main page? That is not what we want to see. We have ass on the main page as well. That's more regular. Indeed. Legendary woman. Who do we raid, Stony? That's the question right now. If you want to have someone that is anime. Anna's live though. That's been a while. Has been a while. They probably gonna stay live for a bit, Stony. I mean, I know you're there as well. Yeah. I think we're gonna do that. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. No one knows. No one knows. That's sad. That is not good, Krosky. I'm good that it's better now. Yeah, we don't, which is pretty good. Anyways, as always, the VOD is going to be on YouTube. if you want to ask me question, I'm not live. Usual Discord. And if you want to ask me question when I'm live, Monday. Monday be good. Right? Right? Monday. Monday be good. Patreon is still a thing. If you want to give me some money for some reason, I don't. There are some stuff there. Anyways, learning Japanese, main good.
Mom?
UI kit, main good. And yeah, tired. Japanese class start again tomorrow. So we'll see. Cross keys, you won. 117 is pretty cool. Congrats. You won nothing, but you won. And yeah, I'll see you all on Monday. Bye.